Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and those in attendance, if you are able, please stand. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Derwin Hickman, Sr. of Divine World Changers International Ministries in Richmond. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our Senate page, Liam Millian IV of Mecklenburg.
Greetings, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Senators of Virginia, Senate staff, and esteemed guests. Let us bow for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we humble ourselves before you on today, that we start this session, God, coming to you, asking you for your divine guidance and wisdom, eternal spirit of wisdom and justice in this esteemed chamber where diverse voices converge. Bestow upon each member of this Senate the strength to lead with integrity, the courage to pursue justice, and the compassion to serve the needs of all the people. We gather united in purpose, yet varied in perspective. Grant the members of this Virginia Senate, Father, your wisdom, the clarity of mind, purity of heart, spirit of peace, and strength and purpose. May they all operate in a spirit of love and solidarity for those they are called to represent. May of our God, our Father, abolish every selfish and injustice movement that will try to inhabit this chamber. Help them to work together in unity, respecting diverse viewpoints and striving for the common good. Grant them the insight to address the challenges of our times with foresight and fairness. May their decisions be guided by love, and may their actions reflect the principles of peace and well-being for all. Bestow upon them the vision that transcends the narrow confines. We all say amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 2nd, 2024.
The junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Hope you had a good weekend.
I had a very restful weekend. Thank you, sir.
I would move to waive reading of the House communication.
The question is, shall the reading from the House be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the communication is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
I do not have any, Madam President.
Well, we have arrived at the time in our morning hour, and we will discover who all of you wonderful guests are. And the procedure is, your senator will rise and speak about you, and please stand at that time, whether it's you or your organization. But if you'll hold your applause until after I officially welcome you, then we'll give you a sounding applause. And so with that, I do call on the senator from Eastern Prince William, Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today's invocation was given by Pastor Dr. Derwin Hickman Sr., who is joining us in the gallery with his wife, co-pastor Fenswala Hickman, along with leaders of the Divine World Changers International Ministries located in Western Henrico. Dr. Derwin L. Hickman Sr. is the senior pastor of Divine World Changers International Ministries. Dr. Hickman and co-pastor Hickman established Divine in March 2016 with the vision of transforming lives with the love, heart, and mind of God. Divine World Changers community reach has touched the hearts and lives of many through their numerous partnerships with organizations in the Tri-City area, including the YMCA, Feed More, Operation Compassion, Habitat for Humanity, and others. As their name suggests, they are truly international. They have sent missionaries around the world not only to spread the good news of the gospel, but to also enrich the lives of others in our global community. Dr. Hickman grew up in Richmond and is an entrepreneur and CEO of Clear Vision Support Services, a behavioral health and developmental disability and day support provider. He graduated from Virginia Commonwealth University with a bachelor's in interdisciplinary studies and received his Master of Divinity from Virginia Union University. Dr. Hickman has a doctorate of ministry in pastoral counseling, community care, and counseling degree from Liberty University. Dr. Hickman and Ms. Hickman have been married for 26 years and are blessed to have 3 incredible adult children and 1 grandson. Madam President and members of the Senate, I ask that you give them a warm Senate welcome.
Thank you for coming. Good afternoon to you. Thank you, Pastor, for that wonderful prayer. And I note that you recently planted that church and you formed relationships with folks in housing, feeding, and health, the very basics without which we cannot live. Thank you for your sacrifices. And Mrs. Hickman, thank you, members. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Orange.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, in the gallery today are some folks from home, led by their chairman or president, Laird Knight. It's the Lake of the Woods Republican Club. And Madam President, I had a few minutes to spend some time with them this morning, talking about issues and the pace of the reality down here. But more importantly, Madam President, they prayed for me and prayed for all of us in elected office. And they're down here today to see how things run or don't run, I guess, in some days. And I'd like you to give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Good afternoon to you. Now, we could say cynically that we all need prayer, and you've heard it said that way, but seriously, we all need prayer. And that's why we thank our pastor for coming and praying for us so that we can have wisdom and strength. Thank you very much for what you do in the community. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, with us in the gallery is the Virginia Museum of History and Culture, along with their over 40 student scholars from the Virginia History Day program. If they could rise, these students are from middle and high school and all across the Commonwealth, and they represented Virginia at the prestigious National History Day competition last June, an honor that you get by winning at the state level. All these young people took on extensive historical research on topics through the Virginia History Day program, which the museum hosts. We are an affiliate of the National History Day. This program reaches over 8,000 students in the Commonwealth every year. Some of the topics that these students looked at, an exhibit on the 1939 Alexandria Library sit-in, a performance on the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, a website on the 1947 partition of India, a documentary on NASA mathematician Katherine Johnson, a paper on the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, and more. I'll just end by saying that we spend a lot of time in this body talking about education, but not a lot of time talking about history curriculum within education normally, although there was a recent years we have. But these kids are here to educate you, and so I'd hope we'd give them a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, students. Thank you for being here, and thank you for representing your Commonwealth. You studied hard, and for your hard work, it paid off, and you got that great opportunity. You know, we learn from history. Someone famous once said that we don't learn from history. But hopefully with you there, one day we'll actually learn, so we won't keep making the same mistakes. Thank you for doing what you do for your Commonwealth. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair, recognize Senator Craig, the senator from Chesapeake.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, our delegation from the Chesapeake Sheriff's Office is in the gallery. Under Sheriff Colonel Dave Rosado is a certified jail manager and a graduate of the prestigious and rigorous FBI National Academy. Lieutenant Colonel Chris Paschal serves as the chief deputy and is a certified jail manager. These fine men serve and protect Chesapeake, and we are incredibly grateful for their service. Madam President, I ask that we give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming, and thank you for what you do in your community. Indeed, we know that I remember hearing one spouse say that when her husband leaves in the morning, she doesn't know if he'll return. So thank you for wanting to continue to sacrifice on behalf of our great Commonwealth. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Craig.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for another introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Today, Madam President, we have in the gallery Robert G. Culpepper, Chief Administrative Officer for Chesapeake Regional Medical Center, which serves our community in so many special ways and is the only independent community-based hospital in Hampton Roads. I also want to add that I also served with Mr. Culpepper in the Chesapeake Sheriff's Office many, many years ago. Madam President, I ask that we give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Culpepper, for coming as well, and for certainly the sacrifices that you made in a different arena in the health care. And certainly if we're going to take care of the body, then we absolutely need to take care of the soul. And for the community-based center that the senator has said no one else has, thank you for being in our community. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I rise for 3 introductions.
Good afternoon. The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, joining us in the Capitol today are faculty and staff and students from my alma mater, Virginia State University. Virginia State University is the nation's first state-supported historically black college and university, fondly known as an HBCU, to offer both college programs and normal programs, and therefore providing access for almost 142 years. Anyone who is familiar with the history of Virginia State University knows that this trailblazing institution and their alumni are no strangers to breaking new ground and being the first in many ways. And for the sake of time, I only mention a few, to include Lula Johnson, who we believe is the first woman to graduate from a public college in Virginia; Reginald F. Lewis, a visionary entrepreneur, philanthropist, and most notably the first African American to build a billion-dollar company. And for this person, many of us may not even be here, but John Mercer Langston, who played an important role in shaping African American life following the Civil War and was not only the first African American to represent Virginia as a member of Congress, but he was the first president of Virginia State University. And lastly, but very exciting, on October the 1st of this year, Virginia State University will become the first historically black college and university in the country to ever host a general United States presidential debate. Again, it is my distinct honor to welcome, on behalf of so many of us who are affiliated with Virginia State University, the faculty, staff, and students to their Senate, and I'd ask that you join me.
Well, congratulations on being the first to host a presidential primary election, indeed. But, you know, as the senator has told us, that your institution, your HBCU, Virginia State University, is a trailblazing institution, but it cannot be that unless the people are trailblazing. And so it is up to you to continue that wonderful tradition. Yes? Yes. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Aird.
Thank you, Madam President. Also, moving alongside and advocating alongside the Virginia State University students in the gallery, we also have students and amazing staff of Richard Bland College, and I'd ask that they please stand. Madam President, Richard Bland College and its vibrant student assembly are here today to talk with you about the importance of higher ed. Richard Bland College is a gem in our Commonwealth as the only two-year non-community college institution. It serves 98% of students here in our Commonwealth, representing 55% of minority communities, with 45% being first-generation learners. Richard Bland College embodies the spirit of inclusivity and opportunity. This institution's commitment to diversity and accessibility is truly commendable. And lastly, Madam President, its service extends beyond its immediate vicinity, serving the entire Commonwealth and Southern Virginia region alongside esteemed institutions like Virginia State University and several other community colleges. Again, I hope that you will welcome these students and some of our amazing administrative leaders here to the State Senate.
Good afternoon to you again. And when I visited your college, your beautiful campus, and saw the almond trees, yes?
Pecans.
Pecans. One of the nuts. But it is a huge business enterprise that I was not expecting to see. And indeed, it serves as a wonder, I think, to the students to let them know that we can be about many different types of businesses. And I saw the new technology of the drones, and that is a wonder indeed. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Again, Senator Aird.
Madam President, and my final introduction, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, joining us in the Capitol today is the Virginia Manufacturers Association, represented by VMA Chairman Sidney Harrison. I ask that they please stand. VMA President and CEO Brett Vassey and representatives from several other member companies who are in Richmond today for their Makers in the Square Lobby Day. This year, I have introduced a commending resolution on behalf of Accelerated Offshore, the 2023 winner of this prestigious award. It's is a small manufacturer of high-performance boats based in my district in Hopewell. This achievement highlights their commitment to innovation and world-class technology and waterborne transport in the non-commercial boating industry. So I ask that you all please join me in not only commending the Accelerated Offshore team on this impressive achievement and welcoming them along with the Virginia Manufacturing Association here today.
Good afternoon to you as well. Thank you for coming and watching your Senate in action and for letting us know how you feel about the various bills that are before us. You know, we must excel in manufacturing in America, let alone Virginia, because we will not take second place to anyone. We must excel. And so we want manufacturing to continue right here. And as much as we can in Virginia, the better. So, Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Pillion, the senator from Washington.
Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the gallery, we are joined by the Matlock family from Damascus. I'd ask that they would rise. Right. So David Matlock is the executive director of the Southwest Virginia Higher Education Center in Abingdon, where he often says that it's a great place doing great things because of great people, and I would happen to agree with him on that. He's joined by his wife, Mary, who is a school teacher at Ray Valley Elementary School, and she's been a school teacher now for 44 years. And I'll tell you, in my office, where I see pediatric dental patients, I often hear, when I ask them, you know, do you know Mrs. Matlock? And they're like, oh, we love Mrs. Matlock. How do you know Mrs. Matlock? So I know that they're actually watching today from their classrooms at Ray Valley Elementary School. So I know they're going to be thrilled to hear that she's visiting the Capitol. But also we have two very important people with them today, and that's their two grandchildren. That's Nolan Matlock and Lily Delp. Now, Lily happens to be a patient of mine, and I know she's much happier to see me here than in my office. But they're both fifth graders, and they're getting a great civics lesson today, learning about the legislative process. And like I said, I know that the fifth grade class from Ray Valley Elementary School is watching session today. And if you could give them, as well as their class, a warm Senate welcome, I would greatly appreciate it.
Well, let's say a good and hearty hello to Ray Elementary School. Senators. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being involved in our public school education system. It is so sorely needed, and it is because of people like you and your service why we are here today. And thank you, sir, for being part of our community college system. Thank you, young people. We hope to see you here possibly, maybe one day. Yes. Senators, again, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So today in the gallery, we are joined by a few members of the hardworking crews who work in Virginia's film and TV industry, including members of the Virginia Production Alliance, IATSE, and the Screen Actors Guild, among many others. And today they're here lobbying in favor of a bipartisan bill that will increase Virginia's film incentive funds and make them comparable to other states in the region. This industry has the potential to have a massive economic impact when projects come to the Commonwealth, generating an average annual return of $13 for every dollar of tax credits that are administered. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of members of our talented workforce. This is a workforce that would love to have more projects right here in their home state. And Madam President, I ask that we extend a warm welcome of the Senate.
Good afternoon to you, and to understand we actually have SAG members here is truly awesome. But I think what's also awesome is that, as the senator says, for every $1 of tax credits that we give you, you bring back $13. That's real money. That's real money for our great economy, and I know we have a budget amendment to help more with that. Thank you for what you do. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Enrico, Senator Bagby.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President and members of the Senate, today joining us in the gallery are members of the Urban League Greater Richmond Young Professionals. As they stand, I want to recognize that they are celebrating 25 years, and we congratulate them on the significant milestone and applaud the remarkable achievements that they have defined during their journey. May this anniversary be a moment of reflection on the positive impact that they've made in our community and a catalyst for even greater accomplishments in the years to come. Madam President, I hope that it will be, I hope that you will grant them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Good afternoon to you as well. Thank you for coming. And young professionals is how the senator has described you. And indeed, we are so glad to see you and so glad that you are in the space of showing us what the possibilities are and, of course, of showing the next generation what they could also be. So they're standing on your shoulders as you stood on others, because we don't do this alone. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Is there any other business to come for the Senate? Hearing none, the next order of business is the election of the Sergeant at Arms. Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Madam President, I nominate Marianne Horsch for the office of Sergeant at Arms of the Senate. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to just say a little bit about Marianne. She's a graduate of VCU. She worked for the General Assembly on and off since 1992. She has worked for the Senate since 2006 and is a senior systems analyst in Senate Technology, but has also been a committee clerk for the General Laws and Technology Committee as well as Rehabilitation and Social Services Committee. She's active in the American Society of Legislative Clerks and Secretaries, serving as a committee chair for several committees and as associate vice president. She received the ASLCS Legislative Staff Achievement Award and served on the Legislative Staff Coordinating Committee for NCSL. She has worked on the Officers of the Senate publication, which won an award from NCSL. She has always stepped up and helped out wherever needed and is creative, diligent, and enthusiastic. Once elected, Mary Ann will be the first woman to serve as the Senate Sergeant at Arms. So it is my pleasure to nominate her for this position.
The senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is with a great deal of pride that I second the nomination.
Chair recognizes the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the nominations be closed.
Without objection, the nominations are closed. All in favor of Marian Horsch for Sergeant at Arms of the Senate will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no zero.
Ayes 40, no zero. Marianne Horsch is declared duly elected Sergeant at Arms of the Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Sturrevell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. In light of the late committee meetings that took place today, none of us had a chance to really caucus today, and so I would like to move that we stand in recess for 30 minutes, I guess, till about 1:15.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess until 1:15.
This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. the Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. the Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia.
Order. Is there any other business for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Monday, February 5th, 2024. Uncontested calendar. Senate bills on third reading.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorrell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that all the Senate bills on third reading, uncontested calendar on pages 1 through 8, Senate bills 22 to 674, be placed on their final passage in the block. Any senator desiring to move bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 1 through 8, Senate bills 22 through Senate bills 674, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bills? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 22, Senate Bill 145, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 181, Senate Bill 324, Senate Bill 382, Senate Bill 412, Senate Bill 616, Senate Bill 674.
The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 357, a bill relating to assault and battery of a law enforcement officer penalty. We have a floor substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that we reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. We need to reconsider the vote by which the committee substitute was agreed to.
The question is, shall the vote by which the committee substitute was agreed to be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. That vote is reconsidered. Again, Senator Boysko.
Madam Chair, with the recommendation that we reject the committee substitute, I move this committee substitute.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is rejected. Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute, the reading thereof is waived. Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we agree to the floor substitute now.
And speaking to that?
And speaking to it, Madam Chair, Madam President, excuse me. Madam President, the bill has been significantly changed at the request of the Virginia Sheriff's Association and the Department of State to Police. The bill that you have in front of you, which is the floor amendment, provides an affirmative defense rather than protection from arrest and prosecution. At committee, the bill was further amended to apply to all people responding to a request for services by existing code section. So it adds EMTs and firefighters. The substitute today that you have on the floor also provides further clarity to the bill language. This version makes it clear that for an affirmative defense to a charge of assault on the respondent, the individual's behavior must have resulted from their mental illness or IDDD. There is no excuse if they are inebriated or high. The bill also allows for a misdemeanor charge for scenarios where mental illness or ID and DD is not present, is clearly present, but it's not obvious that the mental illness or neurodivergent status caused the assault. This gives the same discretion to a jury that prosecutors already have. Finally, we removed the request for service piece because there are many cases where a law enforcement officer comes upon a person with serious mental illness or intellectual developmental disabilities. Under the current law, certain simple assault and battery offenses carry a mandatory minimum punishment of 6 months in jail and a felony record. This would allow those individuals to go before a judge and have an affirmative defense. And I ask that the body agree to the floor substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, first, I want to say thank you to the patron of the bill here. Some of us who expressed concerns, she was willing to work back and forth with us over a protracted amount of time. And so we all really appreciate the good faith that it took to get the bill in the posture that it is in today. And to me, Madam President, the posture the bill is in today reflects in a similar sentiment what the Senate agreed to with HB 4 in 2022 as amended by the Senate at the time, and then as amended by the governor at the time. So as a reminder that when HB 4 came up in 2022, this was about basically mandatory reporting for someone if they commit assault in a school. And the exception that was drawn in for discretion from the principal was for someone at the time that we had put in from the Senate, what was basically students who have IEPs, for example. And so in this body, actually the other side of the aisle agreed to that unanimously, and this side kind of split on that. But then the governor sent down an amendment and actually broadened IEPs out to disabilities much more broadly. And, you know, I had voted for the introduced version, I had voted for the amended version, and I voted for the governor's amendment to that. This bill, to me, Madam President, is in a similar posture with how do we humanely treat neurodivergent people and people experiencing mental illness. And the way that the substitute is drafted is that if that hit or something happens, it must be because that neurodivergence or that mental illness directly contributed to that. It is not optional at that. And that's where the patron kind of broke it into that second half regarding the misdemeanor here. So in sum, Madam President, I think the patron put a lot of time trying to get the words right here. And with that, Madam President, I yield back. Thank you so much.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator Boysko.
Madam Chair, I move that we engross in advance to the third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator Boysko.
Madam Chair, I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Question now is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Madam Chair, I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. We know that, as I mentioned, currently if an individual who is neurodivergent or mentally ill having an episode, they are at risk of having a 6-month mandatory minimum in jail and a felony record. And we've been working on this bill for a long time. It's been years. We know that when in the same position as a neurotypical person, a person with these disabilities may not make the same choices or experience the same reaction or may not have control over their bodies. They may have an involuntary response and lash out in a situation where they feel threatened by an authority figure. These cases lead to traumatic, lifelong consequences for someone who has autism, intellectual and developmental disabilities, or a serious mental illness. And that leaves them being left unable to receive public services, employment, social support. If they have a felony conviction, that adds to their trauma and causes a very difficult situation for them. This bill, and you know that we've been working on this for a number of years, it is aimed towards specifically a very narrow population of people who are disproportionately affected by mandatory minimums, taking away the opportunity for a judge and a jury to create a fashionable, appropriate sentence based on the facts of the specific case, the person and their disability. And we're all working towards a system where we want to have individuals be able to have a mental health response. We're just not there yet. And this helps us to move forward, allowing families to call law enforcement officers without worrying about criminalizing their loved ones. And I move the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the senator from Northern Fairfax's advocacy on this issue. I do have a concern with the bill. I worked really hard for several years to get the bill, signed into law to allow autistic children to essentially have cases be taken under advisement. And that allowed the court system to handle them a little bit differently because they are different. And particularly when you're talking about autistic children, they are always in a fight or flight mode. They don't react like you and I do. And I never use the word normal because God knows I'm not normal. But they don't perceive the world like you and I do, and they behave a little bit differently, and they need to be handled and treated a little bit differently. And I speak from personal experience on this, and many of you all know that. My concern is that if you provide for this affirmative defense, they're never going to get the help that they need. When I was a Commonwealth's attorney, because I had a child with autism, I treated them differently. And I didn't treat them as most prosecutors would. And I think most of us that have been prosecutors who understand that have also done that. The thing about this is I see it. If I'm an attorney practicing law and I'm representing a person that's autistic, I have to advise them that I think they can win the case. And it's not a matter of, well, you know, I can't say to them, I think you're better off if you plead guilty or whatever and we take a plea agreement to get this. I have to tell them the truth about their defenses or it's malpractice. So it doesn't become my judgment. I have to give them the facts and they ultimately make that decision. And I'm afraid that's what's going to happen in this case. And they're going to opt to try the case, and we're never going to get them the help that they need. And you know, I'll give you a great example of a state that we see suffering from that right now, and that's California. They don't have any laws to help people. And people are now lying on the streets in San Francisco, and it's become such a mess. And everybody will tell you, we don't have any way to help them. We don't have any authority. Well, by letting these charges be taken under advisement, we have some way to help them. And the senator from Richmond, who's now in Congress, Senator McClellan, built on my bill. And she expanded it. And I worked with her very closely to do that, and we passed that. And I really appreciate the effort of the senator from Fairfax and the intentions of the bill, but I'm really afraid we're going to end up undermining what we've accomplished and our ability to really help these children. There are a lot of these children out there that need help. You know, I'm reminded of a young man in Stafford years ago when I was still representing Stafford, and he was waiting outside to catch the bus to the library, and the officer approached him, and I'm not saying the officer approached him in any way he shouldn't have, but he approached him in such a way that the child bristled up. And he didn't really want to talk to the officer. And that's not uncommon for these children, to bristle up. And unfortunately, that led to the officer arresting him or trying to, the child running off, a fight. I mean, it was the biggest mess you've ever seen. And that kid still has felonies on his record as a result of that. So I was really happy to see the new senator from Richmond's bill this morning to help provide them some training and the ability to identify these children. But I'm telling you, if we don't get them help, we're doing them a disservice. And I'm afraid that ultimately this is going to not allow us to get them help. So I'm going to have to vote no, even though I tremendously respect what the senator's intentions are.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you. There is nothing that stops an officer from getting help for the individual in this bill. It does not preclude any of that. In fact, I've heard from the Center for Policing Equity, and they're strongly supporting this. They believe that it helps to make certain that we are following ADA requirements at the federal level, and I renew my motion to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 143, a bill relating to railroad safety, minimum train crew, movement of freight, civil penalties.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Prince William, Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, Madam President. This is a railway safety bill. It codifies the status quo of requiring a minimum of two-person crew on trains, usually a conductor and an engineer, similar to the way on planes you have a pilot and a co-pilot. So I hope it is the will of the body to pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I just speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I was initially sort of skeptical on this bill and had some questions and thoughts in committees, but frankly, you know, some of the news articles from a paper just north of where I live in Prince William highlighted some pretty important federal issues that aren't taking place. Despite severe national safety standard issues. And, you know, frankly, the two-person things does make a difference to safety in Virginia. And hope that it is the will of the body to support this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 245, a bill relating to Department of Energy building standards for certain local buildings.
The Senate will be at ease temporarily. Pike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So Virginia's High Performing Building Act was signed into law in 2021, Madam President. What this bill does is take that existing act and clarifying it. So it makes it somewhat easier, Madam President, for local governments to implement and understand. There's 5 important changes to this bill. It clarifies language that by creating a definition of appropriate resilience, again, makes it a little bit easier to understand what the bill does and its intent. Number 2, it clarifies that schools are included in the bill requirements. And number 3, it updates EV charger language to simplify and clarify what is needed with several options, and provides an alternate energy model solution for buildings ineligible for Energy Star certification. Not all building types fit the mold. And so this simply provides a clarifying language of how to meet it, essentially through that energy modeling, Madam President. And 5th, it allows the Virginia Energy Department to provide technical assistance to localities. And so it's really the exchange of information, ensuring that the department has the ability to assist those localities as they look to improve their building performance, Madam President, and hope the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 271, a bill relating to net energy metering, eligible customer generators, and eligible agricultural customer generators.
Chair recognizes Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So this bill sets the framework for essentially allowing homeowners across the Commonwealth to lease solar panels on their roof. Right now, if you lease a solar panel, you're considered an electric utility, essentially. And so this explicitly allows these leases. It also eliminates the requirement for homeowners to provide liability insurance, and it clarifies that homeowners with rooftop solar installations and battery storage devices will be exempt from standby charges. And so this is a great way to help people across Virginia adopt solar, be a part of our clean energy future, and I hope we'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 276, a bill to require the State Corporation Committee to study the feasibility of an energy upgrade program for Phase 1 and Phase 2 utilities, work group report.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 276 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 276 is really designed to encourage and support the process of our transition to residential energy efficient programs, residential solar and storage, and other energy efficiency upgrades. The way that this program would work, the Inclusive Utility Investing Program, would allow our utilities to work with their residential customers, those who want to opt into the program, and support through qualifying investments an upgrade in residential energy efficiency projects. That was the original bill. We have gone through a substitute process, and the substitute now is asking that the State Corporation Commission, the SEC, convene a work group to study the feasibility of the implementation of these energy upgrade programs for our eligible customers. Madam President, this is a bill that is designed to continue to move us forward in reducing carbon emissions and making sure that our residential customers have the opportunities to participate in programs that are not just energy efficient, but also ultimately cost savings to them. That is the bill, and I move again that this SB 276 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 306, a bill relating to invasive plant species, retail sales, civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, Senate Bill 306 requires for the retail sale of any invasive plant species for outdoor use on a list established by the Department of Conservation and Recreation that retailers post a sign at all entrants that invasive plants are sold there. Many people do not know which species are invasive and what that means, and they believe that if a plant is available for sale, it must be okay, but once planted, they're soon out of control. Private landowners and state and local governments in Virginia spent millions of dollars annually trying to control invasive plant. SB 306 would require retailers who sell these invasive plants to inform consumer what they're buying, consumers have the right to know what they're buying and what they are. So I ask that this bill be passed.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 477, a bill relating to blighted and derelict properties in certain localities, rate of tax.
Chair recognizes Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senate Bill 477 simply allows localities that have high rates of fiscal distress to strengthen their tools to combat blights and derelict structures. It simply allows them to increase their rates from 5 to 10% respectively to 15 to 30%. And so ultimately, again, blight is a serious problem in so many of our communities, and this ultimately empowers our localities to address this. So if you are anti-blight, then you want to support this bill. I move that it pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, we spent a lot of time over the course of the past 20 years talking about property rights, eminent domain, blight, and related issues. And, we passed a constitutional amendment in 2012 protecting property owners' rights against condemnation of their property for use by other private entities. And, in the course of that effort, we identified the actions of many local governments in trying to essentially affect the condemnation of property by classifying it as blighted. And in many jurisdictions, localities were looking at things like, is there paint flaking on property? What's the lawn look like? And classified these properties as blighted properties and affected condemnation of those properties. And we seriously limited the ability of those local governments to do that because of the property rights of the owners. And this bill effectively undermines and undoes a lot of those protections that we provided. A 30% tax on property that falls into one of these categories is confiscatory. I mean, 3 years, you have 90% of the value of the property that is taken in penalty for chip paint or other classifications that people may contend render this property blighted. I just would respectfully submit that this undoes a lot of hard work that protects the rights of property owners in Virginia, and we should reject this.
Chair recognizes again Senator Aird.
Thank you, Madam President. Final comments on the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you. Madam President, it's my understanding that per the code, when we're talking about blight and derelict structures, we are literally talking about a structure that endangers the health, safety, and welfare of a entity surrounding that property. And so, with all respect to the senator, we're not talking about chip paint here. We're talking about a property or structure that is literally falling down and in some instances has been in a state of disrepair for quite some time. Communities have tried to utilize the rates of 5 to 10%, and property owners that are allowing these structures to stand simply laugh at that, and they continue this perpetual cycle of being charged these fees and still doing nothing about it. And so ultimately, we're hoping that with the increased rates to 15 to 30%, that they actually take this serious, that they actually get their structures in proper repair, and that we also help our communities look as they should and not plagued by these blighted and derelict structures. But I again ask that we move this forward.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko. the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just appreciate the patron for bringing this forward. In my locality, there were some blighted areas that took decades, not years, but decades to actually be able to get them taken care of. It is incredibly difficult for a locality to hold the owner of a blighted property that is a danger to the community to be held accountable. And I think this is a tool that can assist them in resolving that for the rest of the community. And I'm looking forward to voting for it.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I would rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I apologize for speaking again after the patron, but I would point out that the definition of blighted as incorporated in the statute is found in Virginia Code Section 36-3. It does not exclusively mean property that is of that endangers the public health or safety, but it also includes properties that the local government considers to be or designates as dilapidated or deteriorated. I find it hard to envision more subjective terms than that. It gives local governments tremendous authority to decide that we want that property. We believe that there's a better use for that property than residential use. You know, we have properties all over Virginia in jurisdictions in a lot of different areas that have seen eminent domain abuse. What one comes to mind is the MacArthur Mall area in Norfolk. And that area was a residential area. It was a residential area. And there are people who were displaced because the city of Norfolk decided that a mall was a better utilization of the property in which they lived. And they wound up being displaced as a consequence of that, received, you know, eminent domain awards. But I'm here to tell you that what those folks received for that house was nowhere near the value of that house to them. That house was more valuable to them than anybody else in the world. And they were displaced. What we're talking about here is displacement of people without compensation. We're talking about taxing them 30% a year on that property until they got to move. This is just not right, not fair, and we should not do this.
Madam President.
Does the senator wish to speak again?
Yes, Madam.
This would be your, this would have to be without the,
Speaking to the bill, Madam President.
well, this would have to be without objection of your fellow senators.
Sure. It's my bill, so does anyone object?
Senator, that's my prerogative to make that question. Without objection of the senators, the senator may continue.
Madam Chair, Madam President, thank you. I just want to clarify there is language in this legislation that ensures that the property could not be someone's primary residence, and so this concern of maybe perhaps displacing someone has been addressed. And furthermore, I would just encourage all of my colleagues to go to the code section 336-3 with the definitions for derelict and blighted property, which really does tie it to the health and safety of that structure to ensure there's no confusion about what we're hoping to accomplish here.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 517, relating to tax exemptions, Confederacy organizations.
Chair recognizes Senator Williams Graves, a senator from Norfolk. Chair recognizes Senator Williams Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if it pleases the will of the body, I would like Senate Bill 517 to go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 517 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 21, Students with Disabilities Shift to Study Process.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach rise?
Point of order and clarification. We had a member whose first bill just went by, and it's customary upon the Senate to congratulate that member on her first bill.
Well, let us stand and congratulate the senator. And we thank the senator for bringing us to our attention. And
Senate Bill 21, Students with Disabilities Shift to Study Process used to determine eligibility for accommodations.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 21, what this bill does is it directs the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia in consulting with representatives of public institutions of higher education, students enrolled at public institutions of higher education disability accommodation professionals, and a subject matter expert to be selected by the council, study the process by which each public institution of higher education determines the eligibility for accommodations of an admitted or enrolled students with a temporary or permanent disability, and identify in such processes and make the recommendation to reduce any barriers to establishing eligibility. And I ask that the body pass this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 35, renewal of licensure, boards of medicine and nursing to require board of nursing, etc.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 35 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 35 directs the Board of Medicine to require and issue regulations on unconscious bias and cultural competency trainings to be part of the continuing education and continuing competency requirements for licensure renewal, and provides the first training required would be comprehensive and cover how unconscious racial bias affects care during pregnancy and the postpartum period. And finally, requires the Board of Medicine to report on the number of licensees who have completed the training to the Department of Health and the Virginia Neonatal Perinatal Collaborative to be included in their annual reports. And with that description, I would again move that Senate Bill 35 pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Head, the senator from Botetourt.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Anytime you look down, if you've followed any of the bills that I carried when I was in the body down the hall, or where I was on certain issues on things, and then you look down and you see that you've got a bill that is patroned by the senator from Hampton and the senator from Eastern Prince William and the senator from Petersburg and me, that should give people pause and cause you to take a good close look at why. Because why? I'll tell you why. Virginia right now has the 4th highest maternal mortality rates in the nation. That's not good. And it's disproportionately affecting women of color. And when you also look and understand that there are comorbidities that are out there, and I've had doctors that have called me and been upset with me for supporting this because they've said, you're looking at this and you are conflating correlation with causation. And that's not true in my case, because if you dig down into the statistics on this issue, yes, there are comorbidities that will cause certain people to have worse maternal outcomes. If someone is obese, if they are a smoker, if they are a drinker, if they have cardiovascular disease, if they don't take any of the necessary steps themselves to correct those problems, that's going to increase maternal mortality. But when you look deeper at the statistics, and you find that when you equalize for all of those things, you still come to a place where women whose skin is darker than my wife's skin have significantly worse outcomes. Something needs to be examined and done about that. And when you further then examine the fact that in the very few places that have taken this step, it has gotten better. Is it going to fix the problem? No, it's not. Is it going to completely erase the disparity? No. But is it going to move the needle? Well, there is evidence that would suggest that yes, it is. And if you care about people, and you care about equality, and you care about living in the world where people really do matter, not because of what they look like, but because of who they are. And you've got an opportunity to fix a problem, then you better fix it. I, for one, think that you should always err on the side of life. This bill will save lives. So I hope you'll support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The bill passes.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Western Prince William rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed SB 21, I motion to reconsider that vote so a member may cast their vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which SB 21 was passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, having previously spoken on the bill, I ask that we pass this bill.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 99, a bill relating to carrying assault firearms in public areas prohibited penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thanks. Senate Bill 99 would establish a prohibition on the public carry of semi-automatic assault weapons, long guns. The prohibition on public carry does not apply to law enforcement officers or military personnel in performance of their duties, or any person actually engaged in lawful hunting or recreational shooting at an established shooting range or shooting contest. We know that semi-automatic style weapons make mass shootings deadlier and are used in a majority of mass shootings, and that they can invoke some fear in the public when they're carried out about in public. I hope the bill passes.
Chair recognizes Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland. Your mic, Senator.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Criminals don't care about any gun law that we pass. Most of these gun laws impact law-abiding citizens, and it's our God-given right to protect ourselves, our family, our children, and it's a constitutional right. And so, quoting from the Second Amendment, it says, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and I ask that the body vote no on this bill.
Chair calls on Senator Soroville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
With the senator from, is it?
Goochland.
Goochland. Yield for a question.
Will the senator from Goochland yield for a question?
I'll yield.
The senator yields. Senator Soroville has the floor.
Thank you. You know, my son and my father still talk about a moment when they went to the city of Alexandria for farmers market one morning. My dad likes to go buy ham biscuits. My son likes to get cookies from a woman. And about 4 years ago, some gentleman from I think it was Hopewell decided that they needed to come to the Alexandria farmers market and march around with AR-15s because they could, and it was their right. I was just curious why the gentleman from Goochland thinks that that's appropriate behavior. What could somebody's purpose for doing that be?
Senator McGuire has the floor.
Madam President, I would just say that the law-abiding citizens are the ones that are constantly impacting these gun laws, and there may be some exceptions to the law, but again, it's our God-given right to protect ourselves. And for the Second Amendment, I will repeat that it says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So that's my answer.
Madam President, will you yield for another question?
Will the senator from Goochland yield for another question?
Madam President, I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Soroville has the floor.
Can the senator cite to me where in the Bible it talks about AR-15s, assault rifles, or for that matter, guns?
The senator from Goochland has the floor.
It is our God-given right to protect ourselves enshrined in the Constitution. And I got to tell you, we have mental health issues we talk about in the General Assembly, but really there's a problem with an evil heart. And whether it be cars, knives, or other instruments, evil does exist. And we must protect ourselves from evil. And so, again, you look at Chicago that has the most strict gun laws in the country. And when we talk about guns, they have the most gun violence every week. So again, I go back to shall not be infringed.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill doesn't have to do with criminals or shootings. It has to do with ending this practice in Virginia where people are using these weapons to try to scare, intimidate, and terrify people. Our country and this state has been through, I don't know how many mass shootings now. We've had probably 4 or 5 or 6 involving assault rifles in this state just in the last couple of years.
Madam President, will the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield when I'm done.
The senator does not yield.
I'll yield when I'm done.
It'll be as good when you're done.
I'm almost done.
Senator Soroville.
Thank you, Madam President. The problem this seeks to address is that this country and this state, the people in this state, feel a sense of terror. When they see these things in public, they're worried that it's going to be the next mass shooting. And the only reason to carry one of these things around in public is not for self-defense. It's not to protect your home. It's to try to scare people. That's the point. It's to intimidate people. It's just common sense, this bill. Is just if you have an AR-15, you can shoot it in your backyard. You can use it at a shooting range. You can keep it in your house. But there's no reason to carry it around a farmer's market or carry it anywhere out in public. There's absolutely no point to it. And this is a very common sense bill, and we need to pass this. And I think this is a very reasonable bill, and it has nothing to do with God-given rights or Second Amendment. It has to do with making sure we don't start a panic or a stampede because somebody chose that he wants to make a demonstration in a public place. And I'm happy to yield.
Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the gentleman if he's read lines 44 and 45. I'm sorry, lines 41 and 42.
Senator Soroville has the floor.
I've now read the lines for the second time since it came through committee.
I'd ask the gentleman, Madam President, if the reason for the bill is to prevent folks from striking terror and others by carrying around assault-style weapons in a public place. Why does this bill allow you to carry an assault weapon in a public place as long as it's inoperable? Because I'm not sure anybody's going to know that that it is inoperable.
Senator Somerville has the floor.
Madam President, I'd have to ask the patron of that because it's his bill, but I would say that I'd be happy to amend out the permanently inoperable bill if it would make him feel more comfortable that the bill would work properly. But I don't know many people that are going to render their $1,500 rifle, which is I think what they cost, permanently inoperable so they can have a demonstration. So, Madam President, I think the bill is fine as it's written. If we want to make an amendment to take that out, I'm happy to entertain that as well.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
You know, Madam President, members of the Senate, you know, we have 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights, and I have real trouble with folks who feel like we can pick and choose which of those portions of the Bill of Rights, which of those civil liberties are important and which are not. And I recognize that it is somewhat out of vogue among some to stand up and defend all 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights. But, you know, every once in a while, it is okay to exercise your constitutional rights, whether it is the right to speak, whether it is the right to bear arms. And we just cannot step in and infringe on those rights. Do we really believe that this legislation is going to stop somebody who has murder in his heart from committing that murder? It is not. The question asked by the senator from King George was one that we discussed in committee. You know, is this really about public safety? Or is it really about scaring people? Is it really about just trying to make sure that we restrict to the maximum extent possible the ability of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms? And I would submit that it's about the latter. And as is demonstrated by the question from the senator from King George, you know, this expressly exempts antique firearms or firearms that have been rendered permanently inoperable. I happened to be there in the farmer's market that day. Pure coincidence, I promise. I did not see people running in panic in the farmer's market. I did not see a massive panic there that day. People did, you know, they certainly opened their eyes a little wider, but the folks who were there, I don't know whether the weapons that they had were permanently inoperable, and I don't believe that anybody could have told whether they were permanently inoperable. This is focused on the wrong people. This is focused on the people who are going to obey this statute, the people who are not going to exercise their constitutional rights, and it is going to do absolutely nothing but provide a little bit of window dressing in terms of trying to prevent people with murder in their heart from committing it. So I would hope that we'd vote no.
Chair recognizes Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, we're talking a lot about rights here right now, and I just have to say that we have a right to feel safe in public places. And we have a right to feel safe in our communities. And people brandishing assault weapons does not make us feel safer. People having assault weapons on them does not make us safer in any sort of way. So I thank the patron for the bill, and I hope that we pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just say we are trying to prevent a tragedy from happening. So often when you see large numbers of people congregate at a farmer's market, at a concert, or at a town hall meeting that happens to be outside, tempers flare. And when you see somebody carrying a firearm and tempers flare, it would not be unusual, unfortunately, in today's era rather, for that person to say, you know what, we can settle this argument by shooting each other. Why can't we come to a conclusion here that the safety of the public is just as important as somebody's desire to show off their firearm? And I can promise you that localities probably have to spend a whole lot of money to have their police out there patrolling public areas when firearms are allowed to be present. This is a common sense measure. It is surprising to me we're having such a debate on it. I do hope the bill passes.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I take a slightly different view. I think it's actually for the safety of a person who would show up in a public place with a AR-15, that somebody with a concealed weapons permit may make the rash decision that that person is there to shoot someone and shoot the person with the AR-15. It is for the. I look at this bill as a protection for people who are foolish enough to do that and prevent themselves from getting shot, because given how many times this stuff happens in public places, think about what all of you would think if that person was walking into a public, crowded place with an AR-15. What would your assumption, what would cross your mind, what would be going on in your head? Madam President, I think this is something that will protect the AR-15 owner. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And maybe this will be my comments for all these bills that are coming up, but we hear a lot about how there's 10 amendments and how we only pick on one. But I'd like to really briefly note that we have limitations on all of those amendments. So, for example, with your First Amendment, you have time, place, manner restrictions. I would argue too many on the freedom to assemble. For the Fourth Amendment, you have tons of carve-outs for when cops do not need to get a warrant. Smith v. Maryland, Terry v. Ohio. You have the right to your Miranda rights until you don't. Habeas corpus, which is not in the 10 amendments, but is just as important, right, can be limited and has been limited, right? And so those have been limited by Congress, habeas corpus rights at the federal level. Those have been limited by court case. Right? We can have a conversation about protecting rights, but also protecting the public, which those Fourth Amendment carve-outs seek to do. We can give people the right to assemble and speak while providing common sense safety measures. We can also do that with the Second Amendment. So I think it's important to note that when we talk about all these protections in the Bill of Rights, they all do have some limitations. Some I agree with, some I do not, but nonetheless, it's true.
Chair recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This discussion just reminded me of a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King I just thought I'd share, since we're talking about the law and protective and wanting everyone to feel safe. Dr. King stated, "It may be true that the law cannot make a man love me, but it can keep him from lynching me." And I think that's pretty important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Madam Chair, speak briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think everyone had spoken yet. So, just briefly, several of the comments have been about brandishing, which has been illegal in the Commonwealth for centuries, and it should be. But there's a big difference between brandishing and someone possessing. And in hearing some of these scenarios that are all scenarios, not things that have actually happened here in the Commonwealth, it's a bit perplexing and disappointing. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'm reminded that in 2020, we had probably one of the largest gatherings of people in support of the Second Amendment. And having waded through the crowd as we did to go from the Pocahontas building to this venerable hall, over and over and over again in the streets, on Bank Street, on 8th Street, I saw persons possessing firearms on their side, pistols, and Armalite rifles slacked behind their back. It might have been a scary thing for some people, but quite frankly, it was reassuring. And you know what? My memory, if it serves me well, there was not one incident with all those people, with all those firearms in their possession. Not one. Not one. You know why? Here's why. Because good people, law-abiding citizens, respect the possession of a firearm and do so respectfully. They cannot help that some people, when they see the sight of a, God bless you, of an AR-15, tremble, think the worst, think that it's going to cause conflict. But there, if at any point, because there were also counter-protesters right down that street, there could have been conflict. The ones that are being imagined here in this chamber right now because of these big, bad guns. But big, bad guns are big, bad guns when they're in the hands of bad people. But we can't even pass a bill that if a person in a second violent offense commits with the possession of a firearm, serves mandatory minimum time. But a lawful owner of a firearm, exercising their Second Amendment rights, which are not limitless already, you've put in enough laws already for the regulation of the possession of firearms, the ownership of the possession of firearms. But not one thing. In fact, that crowd of some 20,000 people cleaned up after themselves. They're in the streets picking the trash off the ground, being respectful Americans, being respectful Virginians. The senators who have spoken against this bill are right about one thing. A bill like this, which prevents someone from possessing a firearm in a public place, is not going to stop the criminal who is determined to be in that public place with probably an illegal firearm with a black heart meaning to do bad things, except police or a good guy with a firearm. And that's why this is too much. This is why this is not going to solve the problems it seeks to solve. And it just inflames passions at a moment when we're here for 60 days where we need to work on things that are actually going to move the Commonwealth forward or protect dogs and cats. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hackworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the patron yield for a question?
Will the senator from Alexandria rise and yield for a question? Yes, Senator yields. Senator.
Thank you, Madam President.
Has the floor.
Under the provisions of this bill, I would ask the patron if I am taking my AR-15 to get it worked on and I don't have it in a case and it is publicly displayed, carrying it from my vehicle into the place of business to get it worked on, would that be considered illegal?
Senator Eben has the floor.
I would advise the gentleman that he should keep his gun in the case in public.
I would thank the patron. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor. Senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would say living in the great Southwest, where there is a lot of gun owners, and me being one of those, it is very common to see AR-15s displayed in public. And to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues, it makes me feel safe. I have never seen anyone that has made me feel afraid by carrying one. I feel like that respect and training is necessary, especially in these types of weapons. But I think by banning these could make several law-abiding citizens do something illegal that they didn't even know that they was doing if we pass this bill. So I would ask that the body would not pass this bill in support of all the law-abiding gun owners. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Inquiry of the clerk. Do we have another 3 or 4 firearms bills on the docket today? And do we have very long dockets this evening? Thank you.
That would be a yes. Chair recognizes again the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
If no one else wishes to speak. Is everyone done? Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I just remind the body that in 2020, the rally that the senator from Franklin referred to, the FBI arrested 3 white supremacists ahead of the Richmond rally for illegal transport of a machine gun and other charges, and we were lucky that those people didn't make it to open carry their weapons in Capitol Square when there was a large crowd. Further, weaken open concealed carry laws increase gun violence in multiple ways. They allow individuals with a history of acting violently to carry their firearms in public. They promote a shoot-first culture of violence. They encourage armed intimidation by hate groups like those that were arrested that day, and they complicate law enforcement's response to potential threats. Permissive concealed permitting laws are linked to 13 to 15% higher violent crime rates 10 years after adoption compared to the May issue states. Thank you. I renew my motion the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 100, a bill relating to manufacture, import, sale, transfer, or possession of plastic firearms and unfinished frames or receivers and unserialized firearms, prohibited penalties.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
The provisions of this bill apply to so-called ghost guns.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
Speak to the bill. Move the bill pass.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. The provisions of this bill apply to so-called ghost guns and firearms that after the removal of all parts other than a major component is not detectable as a firearm when subject to inspection by X-ray machines commonly used at airports, government buildings, schools, or other locations for security screenings. Under current law, it's unlawful to manufacture, import, sell, or transfer or possess any plastic firearm, and this would take into account the parts that make up those guns and unserialized firearms. I renew my motion. The bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 210, a bill relating to manufacture, importation, sale, etc. of auto sears, prohibition, penalty.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Loudoun, Senator Perry.
Madam President, I move the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 210 is a bill that deals with auto sears. These are small chip-like devices that you can take and hook onto the side of a semi-automatic pistol or rifle, and they turn into a fully automatic weapon. These devices have been made illegal by the federal government since about 1986. But state law does not have current prohibitions on them. They provide for turning a device into a machine gun, which is heavily regulated or illegal in a matter of seconds. In the past 5 years, the ATF has seen an uptick in these devices with the advent of 3D printing machines and has taken about 31,000 of these off the streets. I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 215, a bill relating to Virginia Freedom of Information Act, removal of Virginia residency requirement for access to certain criminal investigation files.
Chair again recognizes the junior senator from Loudoun, Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Senate Bill 215 is a bill that permits out-of-state residents, particularly victims of crime, to access their investigative files once their case is closed. As a prosecutor, I would see sometimes particular victims who would want to leave the state as a result of the criminal charges. Those victims often included victims of stalking, victims of domestic violence. And this code provision, this bill, just makes it to where those individuals can still continue to access their investigative file with all the other protections that are inherent in the code once they move out of state. I would ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 229, Breakthrough Therapies for Veteran Suicide Prevention, Advisory Council on Placement of Counsel.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 229 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is entitled Breakthrough Therapies for Veteran Mental Health and Suicide Prevention. Sadly, we have not done well by our veterans, and we have not fulfilled our obligation to make sure that we are protecting not just their physical health, but also just as critically their mental health. In the United States alone, we lose around 40 veterans every day to suicide or to other forms of self-injury. And combat veterans are not only more likely to have suicidal ideation, they are more likely to have suicidal ideation when compared to their other fellow veterans, but they are also more likely to act out on a suicide plan. And so fortunately, in the recent years, studies from many of our leading academic institutions have found that there are therapeutic alternatives that help to address suicide ideation, depression, and PTSD. And mainly these are coming from natural or plant-based therapies. Leading among these are MDMA as well as psilocybin. And when they are used under the care of a healthcare provider, we've seen some fairly dramatic results. I have spoken to several veterans who have pointed to the ways in which these therapies have literally saved their lives when other forms of medication have not been able to. SB 229 is in a substitute posture at this point, and what we are asking is that our state health commissioner within VDH establish a work group to examine the feasibility and to make recommendations for the use of these natural medications in treating our suffering veterans. And with that, again, I renew my motion that we pass SB 229.
Chair recognizes Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
So, Madam President, I don't know what treatments, I don't know what could have been available on December 27th, 1987, when my dad became one of those Vietnam veterans who died by suicide. But when I think about this bill, and I think about potential criticisms that come from, well, hey, what if we tried this, what if we tried that? If you try nothing, people die. And the status quo is unacceptable. You can't have a worse outcome than what my family experienced. And so with that, Madam President, I would just tell everyone on this that it's worth all hands on deck, however we can deal with this, whenever we can deal with this. 17 to 22 veterans who die by suicide a day is 17 to 22 too many, and that's 17 to 22 families that are shattered every single day. Let's do our best, and let's go pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Mulcahy, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
To the bill, please.
The senator has the floor.
In 2013, I tried to commit suicide after years of depression and domestic abuse. And if there hadn't been an experimental program where my daughter sent me in an intervention for ketamine treatment, I would not be here today. And I'm just saying, if there weren't these experimental treatments and us looking at any kind of treatment that we could help our vets and other people, we can't be one-minded. We have to look at any kind of treatment that are available to these people that suffer from depression, whether it's from trauma in our homes or trauma in war. We have to look at people that have had these experiences and see what they've used and see what is available out there, and not be so closed-minded to what there might be available for them. Give them the chance. If they're willing to test something, give them the chance to be able to do that. I'm glad that my daughters saw forward to what might be available to me and gave me that opportunity. And I say that we give others opportunities for whatever might be available to save their lives. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 238, a bill relating to health insurance coverage for contraceptive drugs and devices. We have 2 floor amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could address those floor amendments first, I would move that we reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 238 was engrossed and advanced be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I now ask that we waive reading of the floor amendments.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendments are waived. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the floor amendments, and speaking very briefly to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. These floor amendments simply correct some technical language, making sure that the phrase "including those available over the counter" are in that phrase comes appropriately after the word "devices" on line 30, and then we strike the remainder of that language that was misplaced. And so that is a simple technical amendment. And with that, I move that we agree to the floor amendments.
The question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendments are agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that we engross and advance to third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. On a request of one of my colleagues, I move that this bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 238 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 239, a bill relating to social work licensure compact.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 239 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 239 is enabling language that allows Virginia to enter into the Social Work Licensure Compact. The Social Work Licensure Compact works in the same way as many of our interstate compacts in which Virginia has engaged is doing. And the focus of the Social Worker License Compact is to allow our licensed clinical social workers to practice within an interstate agreement with other states that have joined that compact. At present, one state is a member of the licensure compact. This legislation is working its way through other states as well. Should 7 states sign on to the interstate compact, this would go into effect. Madam President, we face a crisis in mental health and mental health services. We have a severe workforce shortage. And joining the Social Worker Licensure Compact enables Virginia to help to address those critical needs, not just in our communities, but also in our schools. And with that, again, I renew my motion that this bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 273, a bill relating to purchase of firearms, waiting period, penalty.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Subramaniam.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So this legislation essentially creates a waiting period from the time you purchase a firearm and submit to the background check to when you can obtain the firearm. Essentially, we're doing 5 days because our default proceed in Virginia, which is the process of Virginia State Police do the background checks. That's 5 days already. So this puts that in line with this, and also the most states are somewhere between 3 and 10 days. 5 days kind of puts us in the middle as well compared to other states that are doing this already. And really, this comes from the fact that a lot of times when people want to commit a crime, they will go out and get their firearm and use it that same day or the next day. Or if they want to do harm to themselves, they'll get a firearm and they'll do harm to themselves that day. And the research has found that we can reduce firearm suicide rates by 7 to 11%, and we could potentially reduce gun homicide rates by roughly 17%. And so we've got to make sure that we, do everything we can to prevent all these gun deaths. And so this is a common sense way of doing that, and I hope we'll pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I have no illusions about what the vote count will be on this bill. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out that waiting periods may be very nice, but they can also mean the difference between life and death in many other situations. Let me tell you, I carried legislation a number of years ago to provide victims of domestic violence, people, primarily women and children who are protected by protective orders, a breathing period, a cooling off period, a requirement that people who violate protective orders multiple times, they go to jail for a period of time so that they can cool off. We've repealed all mandatory or that mandatory minimum, and we wind up in many instances in which women and children, family members are victims of abuse and threats, and yet they don't have a waiting period. If they are in imminent fear for their life, for safety, at least they can go to purchase firearm. I know it's hard to believe that anybody would do that, but police are often half an hour away, 20 minutes away, 15 minutes away, 10 minutes away. When somebody is coming into your house, a strange spouse, an angry boyfriend, somebody who means to do great harm, situation that that motivated my legislation dealing with the cooling off period involved a family in the Shenandoah Valley in Rockingham County in which an estranged boyfriend who violated multiple protective orders came into the home. Mom wasn't there in that instance, but he took the two daughters, kidnapped them, took them to cross the county line in Page County and murdered these two children. We've got to make sure that we provide moms and families with the means to protect themselves, and even accepting, which I disagree with the fundamental premise of the patron. I know he understands that, but I would respectfully submit that even if it's a good idea to give people who might mean to do harm to somebody else a cooling off period, this goes too far in that it prevents people who need immediate protection. It deprives them of the ability to protect themselves and vulnerable members of their household. So I would respectfully submit that even if you agree with the premise, this goes too far and deprives people of important protections.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just say this bill really enables a thorough evaluation of background checks. And we used to have bipartisan support for background checks. There used to be almost unanimous agreement that we really only want firearms in the hands of those who can handle a firearm responsibly. That used to be a public policy, a policy that was going to keep Virginians safe. We are merely asking for up to 5 days so a full evaluation can take place before the firearm is purchased. Over half of our suicides are done with a firearm. Families who have loved ones who are suffering and oftentimes are not diagnosed yet with a mental health illness would want a licensed firearm dealer to wait and do a thorough background check because their loved one may be acting on emotion, may be acting on anger, may be acting on a intent to actually harm himself because he sees no way out. Why don't we take a step back? Just take a step back and take a look. We're not saying you can't have a firearm. We're saying we need to make sure that those who are asking for a firearm can responsibly use it. That's all this bill does. As responsible leaders, we should pass this bill. I do hope it is the will of the body to approve this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley.
Will the senator from Arlington yield for a question?
Will the senator from Arlington rise and yield for a question?
Of course. I always enjoy speaking with the senator from Franklin County.
Senator Favola yields. Senator Stanley has the floor.
Madam President, I would respond, as do I, because I always enjoy the philosophical engagement and conversation that we have. For many times, we find each other that we have different viewpoints, but usually we always want what's best for Virginia. We just maybe have a different belief of what that is. Madam President, I would ask the senator, yesterday, I went through an exhaustive background check in order to buy a firearm. Yes, I did. My son and I went, we shopped together, found firearms that we liked, and we purchased them. And Madam President, that background check took over an hour after I filled out 3 forms, provided identification, verified my address, and then they called to the state police and other authorities in order to determine the verification who I was, but also that I had not been convicted of a crime or a felony, that I wasn't in a barrier situation, that I wouldn't qualify for a firearm based on the questions that I'd asked. So I'd ask the gentlelady, Madam President, can you please tell me what is a more thorough, in her words, a more thorough background check than what I just went through on Sunday when I purchased my firearm?
Senator Favola has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'm not sure we could reach the conclusion that it was a thorough background check. First, let's just be clear. That's my answer, Madam President.
Madam President, will the senator from Arlington yield for one more question?
Will the senator from Arlington yield for another question?
Yes, I will yield.
Senator Favola yields. Senator Stanley has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I'd ask, what would be if something more than a total background check on your and federal and state in terms of what we call NCIC, your National Criminal Information Center background check, verifying your age, address, and where you're from, making you answer questions on forms, endless forms that would either disqualify you or have you charged with a crime if you were answering them falsely. What other things can we do in order to have a, your words, thorough background check that requires 5 days in order to get it finished?
Senator Favola has the floor.
And where is that in this bill?
Thank you, Madam President. I think what I have been told by the state police and by other sources that have to feed into the national database that is checked is it sometimes takes time. And unfortunately, not everybody puts information into the database as quickly as they should, which is why this 5 days is suggested. This just didn't come out of the air. I mean, there were actual reasons why some of the sources of information that have to feed into the national database suggest a waiting time. That's my answer, Madam President.
I thank the senator.
Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Well, I'm piggybacking on something that Senator from Rockingham said, is that criminals don't care about a waiting period, and they don't care if you're in danger. We can't pass laws that make we the people helpless victims. We love our police. Without our men and women in law enforcement, we would not have a country, but they can't be everywhere. And you may have an immediate need. On the internet, there is a 911 recording where a woman called 911 and she said, my ex-boyfriend, who has a restraining order, is beating down my door. And the dispatcher said, hide in your bathroom. At this moment, we have no one to send. She might not have 5 days. And so I think that we just cannot infringe on our God-given right to protect ourselves and our family and our children. And I think the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I ask that the body vote no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would remind the body that the #1 cause of deaths for kids 17 and under is gunfire. A large portion of those are suicide. Having a waiting period helps an individual cool off. Quite often, and many of us are parents, our kids come to us and they are at a high level of anxiety and stress and depression some days. And you gotta remind them, the waves come and they crash, but then they will recede. Having a 5-day waiting period allows that wave to recede. For an individual who is in crisis, who can't see beyond the next 15 minutes, the person who thinks there's no way anything's going to get better and so they're going to go and take their life. This is a common sense bill. It's not hurting anybody's ability to have a handgun. It is just saying we need to slow this down. And to my good friend from Franklin County, you know, we love our animals. You know, I had to wait a week and endure numerous interviews when I was adopting my 2 cats. I think we can ask people who want to buy a handgun or any sort of a firearm to wait for 5 days. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Mulcahy, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I wondered if the patron would yield for a question.
Will the patron rise and yield? Senator Subramaniam.
I yield, Madam
The senator yields. Senator Mulcahy has the floor.
I've read the bill and I'm not an attorney, so I see you over there. I have a question. What about this background check would determine whether you have a mental illness or not?
Senator Subramaniam has the floor.
Madam President, I would say to the senator that this bill does not have anything to do with the background checks themselves. This is about a waiting period from when you submit to the background check until you can obtain the firearm. So I don't think this has anything to do with actual background checks. I think the point made earlier was that right now there's a 5-day period for state police to do the background checks, but really they're done in an hour or two, as was mentioned earlier. And perhaps now that they will have a 5-day waiting period, maybe they can do a more thorough background check as a result of this.
Will the patron yield for another question?
I yield.
Senator Subramaniam yields. Senator Mokai has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So if I'm depressed and I'm thinking about killing myself and I go to buy a firearm and there's a 5-day period, you're just hoping that by the end of 5 days I'm feeling better about myself and I don't want to die?
Senator Subramaniam has the floor.
Madam President, I would say to the senator that the research has shown that will decrease the likelihood and decrease the number of suicide deaths in a state if they enact a firearm waiting period like we're trying to do here.
Speaking to the bill, Madam President.
The senator may continue.
Having a long history of depression and many suicide attempts, I would say that you don't just get over it in 5 days. It's a lifetime of work. And having also been a victim of domestic violence, I will say that I would much rather have a firearm in my house because a protective order that I've had for many years never protected me from anything. It was just something to irritate my abuser. And knowing that I had a way to protect myself in my house was much more valuable to me than any protective order or any cooling off period ever could have been. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, during the debate, I think one of the members misspoke about individuals less than the age of 18 purchasing firearms because today they can't. It's not legal for them to go in and purchase firearms today. But Madam President, I do think we have a philosophical difference on firearms. This morning in Courts Committee, we heard about a second chance bill. And in that bill, there are literally thousands of individuals that will be able to petition the court after being sentenced to capital murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, rape, sexual assault, and abduction to be able to be released. And Madam President, in that bill, it said the Commonwealth Attorney shall attempt to notify, but no requirement that the victim actually be notified before that person could be released. So, Madam President, when we're talking about waiting periods, because that's what this bill is a 5-day waiting period, we also have to remember the entire criminal justice decisions that we're making. Our system had been set up in Virginia so that if individuals commit violent offenses, those are the ones that we're punishing. We've made some tremendous strides in the last 20 years in that direction. But Madam President, focusing on waiting periods and people exercising their constitutional rights are not the way to make us safer.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be quick, but I just want to point out that...
For what purpose does the senator rise?
To the bill. Thank
The
you,
senator has the floor.
I just want to point out that having an additional 5-day period ensures that some people will not be able to buy guns. For example, a lot of times these things happen. It's heat of the moment. Somebody's really motivated. They're really angry. They want to go out and get that gun because maybe something's about to happen, or maybe something just did happen. There's certain things that prohibit you from buying a gun that this could play into. Number one, you could have a pending criminal charge. Maybe your lawyer just told you, hey, tomorrow it ain't going to go very well. You want to go get that gun before the conviction gets entered, and you can't possess it anymore. Or, for example, suppose somebody goes and gets that protective order after that incident happens. Between the time the incident happened and the person got to the gun shop, but by the time they got into court, they might not be able to get that protective order for maybe 24 hours, maybe 48 hours. This ensures that if some situation happens that caused somebody to go get a gun, there's time to go get the protective order, so they can't buy the gun or they can't get it. Same thing for perhaps somebody's getting stalked. Same situation. Or perhaps maybe the person's saying a lot of stuff at home that's scaring the hell out of everybody in the family. Maybe they're scaring their neighbors. Maybe they're scaring the school. Maybe the person's gone down to get the gun. That 5-day period enables somebody to go get, you know what, a red flag order to stop them from buying the gun 5 days later. There are good reasons why we need a period of time for people to cool off between the time they go request the gun and they actually get the gun, because not everybody just goes down to buy a gun because it's a sunny day outside on a Sunday and they happen to have a moment to do it. Sometimes they are very angry and motivated and something's happened that caused them to do it. And this bill, I think, will save lives. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 320, a bill to direct the Department of Health to provide information, resources, and education to food banks regarding outreach opportunities for providing assistance to individuals completing a woman, infants, and children application.
Chair recognizes Senator Rome, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move passage of the bill. I'd like to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So this bill is not about guns; it's about feeding kids. So let's come together on this one. I send this one out to the senator from Roanoke. So what this bill does is it directs the Department of Health to provide information, resources, and education to all food banks located within the Commonwealth regarding outreach opportunities for providing assistance to individuals completing an application for the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children. And we have a delayed enactment clause on this to July 1st of 2025. And in the meantime, we're directing the Department of Health to work with food banks, a bunch of other groups to basically identify funding sources such as public-private partnerships so that they don't have to come back into the general fund, which basically makes this bill budget neutral, which I know the senator from Portsmouth is very appreciative of. So with that, Madam President, I move passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 363, a bill relating to removing, altering, etc., serial number on firearm, selling, giving, etc., or possessing firearm with removed, altered, etc., serial number penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
This, speaking to the bill and the bill pass.
The senator has the floor.
This bill, Senate Bill 363, assists law enforcement by making sure that firearms are more traceable. It creates a penalty for someone knowingly possessing a pistol, shotgun, rifle, machine gun, etc., that has a serial number that's been removed, and further, it makes it illegal to knowingly give or transfer someone a firearm that has a serial number that's been removed, altered, changed, destroyed, or obliterated. We know that there have been guns without serial numbers used in a series of horrific mass shootings. From 2017, a man under prosecution for multiple crimes killed 6 people and injured 10 in Rancho Tehama Reserve, California, with 2 assault-style weapons he assembled using parts ordered online. In late 2019, a 16-year-old used a ghost gun to kill 2 students and injure 3 others at Saugus High School in California. He was too young to legally purchase a gun. Guns without serial numbers put law enforcement in significantly more dangerous and difficult situations with untraceable and undetectable weapons. They work hard to ensure individuals pass background checks and are responsible gun owners. That progress is hampered when someone can put together an untraceable, unregulated gun at home. Guns without serial numbers are untraceable by law enforcement. They pose a grave risk to public safety, and people who are legally prohibited from owning firearms are able to create them without consequence. This bill is about reducing the spread of untraceable, dangerous weapons. Thank you. I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21-19. Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 370, a bill relating to prohibiting employers seeking wage or salary history of prospective employees, wage or salary range transparency, cause of action.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 370 aims to narrow the wage gap with very simple directives. I've been carrying a version of this bill since 2017. I think we've got it in a position that we can get it through the House and the Senate and get it on the governor's desk. This bill prohibits an employer asking for an individual's salary previously in their past jobs. It also requires that they provide a salary range when publicizing a new job. And this has been shown around the country to be effective in helping to close the wage gap. If you want to know why I am carrying this year after year after year, still in Virginia, even though we have a 50-year-old equal pay law, 1973, I believe it passed, women in Virginia earn on average 80 cents to the dollar for a man, and the numbers are even lower for black and brown women. We have passed this bill in the Senate a few times, and I've heard a number of times that it's just too hard. However, I just reject that because we are smart here in Virginia. It is important that people understand that this wage gap has attributed a total of nearly $1.6 trillion every year in lost wages to women and individuals who have been affected by this. Families and businesses in the economy suffer as a result, and closing the gender wage gap would reduce poverty in families with working women by half, and there are many women who happen to be the bread earners in their families. This change is crucial, and it is simple to prevent a perpetual historical wage inequity from one job to the next. If you start out in a job at $18,000, which we all make in this room, if I were asked if I were to go and try to get another job somewhere and they said, well, how much were you making? And I say $18,000, and really the job that I'm fully qualified for pays $150,000, they would have the ability to say, oh, well, how about $30,000? That'd be a big raise up for you. If you have the right not to tell what your past wage was, and they are required to say with the salary history what the job is worth to individuals who are well qualified, that's going to help. And I am so pleased that I've been working with stakeholders for years on this. I'm looking forward to getting it passed, and I move that the bill pass, ma'am.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 442, a bill relating to computer trespass, elementary and secondary schools, school board penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Rand, the senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill adds to the code section.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
Speaking to the bill. Ask for passage and then speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill adds to the code section as a Class 6 felony. Elementary schools, school boards, or secondary schools, along with another host of local government or agencies from the Commonwealth, such as a provider services like utilities, et cetera, those who commit ransomware. I ask for passage of the bill.
Shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, Those three, the bill passes.
Senate Bill 522, a bill relating to purchase of firearms, demonstrated competence or completion of a firearms safety or training course penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Williams Graves, the senator from Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 522 requires a gun safety course. Proof of a gun safety course being taken within the last 5 years to purchase a gun. Course qualifications are consistent with concealed carry approved courses that are already in play. Madam President, we require drivers to have an extensive training to drive a vehicle, which if improperly used can be a deadly weapon. A gun is also a deadly weapon, and anyone using that gun should know how to properly handle and store it. Before we start talking about those with rights, I think, Madam President, we need to understand that those who exercise those rights also have a responsibility, and as a legislative body, we have the responsibility to make sure that people who own guns are also doing it responsibly. There are currently 9 states that require some sort of training for the purchase of guns. They include Washington, Oregon, California, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Maryland. I am asking that we add Virginia to this list and pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, a couple of things. One, consistent with the bill dealing with the 5-day waiting period, even if we were to agree on the underlying premise here, which we probably do not, I would suggest that this goes too far. Again, I can't say it any better than the senator from Mecklenburg said it with respect to the need in many instances for people to pretty quickly acquire a firearm for the protection of their home and their family. It may not afford them the opportunity to go through a concealed carry class. It may mean the difference between life and death. Moreover, I would submit that there are other instances in which this just doesn't work. Another instance would be one we talked about in committee. I've got a 90-year-old mother. Okay, I've got a 30-year-old son. If my 90-year-old mother wants to purchase a firearm for my son as a gift, she would have to demonstrate her competency in, firing firearms. I can tell you she cannot do that. And I would respectfully submit that this just doesn't work. And moreover, allow me to echo the sentiment of my friend from Louisa. It does infringe upon God-given rights. Here, I'm going to get the attention of the senator from Eastern Fairfax, and I would refer you to the Bible verses which address our duty and obligation to defend ourselves and to protect our families, particularly Exodus 22, chapter 22, verses 2 through 3, Ezekiel chapter 33, verses 1 through 9. If you want to go to the New Testament, John chapter 15, verse 14, Luke chapter 22, verses 36 through 38, Luke chapter 12, verse 30, and I could go on and on, but I won't. I thank you and urge a no vote on this bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Goochland, Senator McGuire.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Well, if I had my way, every child, every man, every female would have a class in school. But again, it should be an option. And again, same thing we talked about is you might not be able to wait. So I think what the senator from Rockingham said is right, that I don't agree with the bill and we should vote no on it.
question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 542, a bill relating to unemployment insurance, benefit eligibility conditions, lockout exception to labor dispute disqualification.
Chair recognizes Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senate Bill 542 amends the Virginia Unemployment Compensation Act labor dispute disqualification to provide that a lockout by an employer should not constitute a labor dispute, and provides that locked out employees who are otherwise eligible shall receive their benefits.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes. For what purpose does the senator from Western Prince William rise?
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed SB 442, I motion to reconsider that vote so a member who did not vote is able to cast a vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which SB 442 was passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Durant, the senator from Stafford.
Madam President, speaking to the bill as previously stated, move for passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, no 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The bill passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I move at 3:24 p.m. that all Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 21 through 28, Senate bills 487 through 726, be advanced to their engrossment and their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 21 through 28, Senate bills 487 through Senate bills 726, be engrossed in advance to their third reading after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 487, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Ayer, the senator from Portsmouth. Petersburg.
Madam President, I move this come out of the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 487 is out of the block.
Senate Bill 20, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move the substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 199, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from York, Senator Diggs.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be accepted.
The question is, shall the substitute be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 213, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry, the junior senator from Loudoun.
Madam President, I move the amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 264, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Craig, the senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 277, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 331, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be adopted.
Question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 379, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 390, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Pekarsky, the senator from western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to recommit SB 390 to the Committee on Finance.
Without objection.
Re-refer.
Re-refer. Re-refer. It is a voice vote.
Re-referred.
Yes, ma'am. The question is, shall Senate Bill 390 be re-referred to the Committee on Education and Health? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is re-referred.
Senate Bill 403, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Durant, the senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 437, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 498, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Prince William, Senator Carroll, Jennifer Carroll.
Foy.
Carol Foy.
Carol Foy. It's a lot. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 538, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. Senate Bill 553, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Hackworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Yes, Madam President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 554, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Jordan, the senator from Isle of Wight.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Substitute.
Oh,
Moving the substitute.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I need to move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 560, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. Senate Bill 610, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the committee amendment to Senate Bill 610.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 624, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 704, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. Senate Bill 726, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Pillion, the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed and advanced to their third reading? That is all bills in the block, except for Senate Bill 487 on page 21, which is out of the block. All those in favor of that motion will say aye.
And 390, which has been re-referred.
Oh, that's exactly right. And 390 on page 24, which has been re-referred. All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are engrossed and advanced to their third reading.
Returning to page 21, Senate Bill 487, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Madam President, with the recommendation that we reject the amendments, I move the amendments from the General Laws Committee be agreed to.
The question is, with the recommendation that the committee amendments from General Laws and Technology be accepted, shall...
Madam Chair, rejected.
Rejected. I'm sorry, thank you. Rejected. Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is rejected. Or the nays.
Thank you, Madam
Some soup.
President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Aird.
I move the bill move forward to its third reading. Engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Long day already. The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Regular calendar. Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 2, a bill relating to purchase, possession, sale, transfer, etc. of assault firearms and certain ammunition feeding devices prohibited penalty. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Dees.
Madam President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 377, a bill relating to campaign finance, prohibited personal use of campaign funds, complaints, hearings, civil penalty, and advisory opinions. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from Northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendments from Privileges and Elections, I move the amendments from Privileges and Elections. No, she doesn't want.
Senator, will you restate your motion?
Madam President, with the recommendation that we reject the Privileges and Elections amendments, I move the amendments from Privileges and Elections.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments from the Committee on Privileges and Elections be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments from Privileges and Elections are rejected. Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. It doesn't say that there are finance. I move the engrossment and passage of
the original bill.
Constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 456, a bill relating to Office of the Department of Correction Ombudsman, created, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the committee substitute from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Rehab and Social Services be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute from the Committee on Rehab and Social Services is rejected. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill now be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 57, a bill relating to carrying a concealed handgun onto the premises of any restaurant penalty, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 225, a bill relating to school board policies, parental notification, safe storage of firearms in the household, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Chair recognizes Senator Pekarsky, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 258, a bill relating to substantial risk orders, substantial risk factors, and considerations, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Saravel, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendments.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are accepted. Senator Saravel.
Move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 388, a bill relating to Virginia Consumer Protection Act, prohibited practices, mandatory fees, disclosure, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Pekarsky, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
I move the substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Pekarsky.
I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. I got one aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 443, a bill relating to public schools, transfer and management of scholastic records, disclosure of information in court notices, transfer of disciplinary records requirements, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Chair recognizes Senator Durant, the senator from Stafford.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 716, a bill relating to the Virginia Contraception and Reproductive Health Care Protection Act, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted. Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that we engross and advance this to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 734, a bill relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, electronic meetings, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senior senator from
Madam President,
Fairfax.
Can I go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 734 goes by temporarily.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Chair recognizes Senator Sherrill, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that all the Senate bills on the first reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 34 to 38, Senate bills 59 to 626, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles on Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 34 through 38, Senate bills 59 through Senate bills 626 be dispensed with? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no zero.
Ayes 39, no zero. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator Sherrill.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bills on first reading go by for the day.
Without objection, the question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 3, proposing an amendment to Section 6A of Article 10 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to real property tax exemptions, surviving spouses of soldiers who died in the line of duty.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the resolution be agreed to. And speaking to the motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the second read now of the constitutional amendment, which would provide the narrow gap of folks who are currently left out, currently under our Constitution, Madam President. Those with 100% veteran disabled are eligible for property tax exemption. Likewise, those surviving spouses of those killed in action are, but if you die in training or in other circumstance in line of duty, you are not eligible. And so this would provide a closure to that gap of those left out in the definitions in our Constitution to roughly a little over 100 families or so. And I think this is an important means to recognize that they have also served and sacrificed and deserved the exact same benefits that are outlined with both of those categories, Madam President, and ask that it be agreed to.
The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution number 3 be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no zero.
Ayes 40, no zero. The resolution is agreed to.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on second reading.
Chair recognizes again Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that all the Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 39 through 41, Senate Joint Resolution 31 through 64 be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to move a bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 34 through 41, Senate joint resolutions 31 through 64 be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the adoption of the amendments thereto and the clerk has read the number of the resolution. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 31, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment, and we do have one floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move we waive reading of the amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the body. What this amendment does is it would remove two lines in the governor's resolution, which would effectively remove the senior senator from Virginia Beach from being appointed to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And if I may, I'll give you a little bit of background. And I really hate to stand here and do this, but I have to. Madam President, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is a federal compact which all the states from Maine down to Florida participate in, and they regulate all of the fisheries up and down the eastern seaboard. The senator from the Eastern Shore, Senator Lewis, was on it. I served right many years on it. And then the senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason, was on it. And everybody took their responsibilities pretty seriously. The governor included the senior senator from Virginia Beach on that board last summer. And unfortunately, the very first meeting that the senator attended, he absolutely and outright attacked our Virginia seafood industry. He made allegations against the Menhaden plant in the Northern Neck and the 260 labor jobs that we have down there, allegations against other members of the seafood industry, the oyster industry, and to carry through on that, he filed a bill this year which would make it unlawful to lease oyster grounds in the state of Virginia. And I don't know how many of you all remember how hard we've worked on our oyster industry, but it is exploding. You can't go into a restaurant on the eastern seaboard. There are even restaurants in Los Angeles that exhibit Virginia oysters. It's a tremendous success. And so I stand here today to ask you to adopt this amendment because this organization is the organization that governs the seafood industry in the state of Virginia. And he has repeatedly been openly hostile to that seafood industry, both the baitfish industry, the Menhaden industry, the oyster industry, and others. And your job on the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is to support Virginia and support our seafood industry, not try to shut it down. And so as hard as it is for me to stand here and ask you all to do this today, I very much hope you will support this amendment. It has a dramatic impact on my district, the senator from Yorktown, senator from Hampton, Portsmouth, so many of us that have a very large and successful seafood industry in our districts, and it would have a tremendous impact on the state of Virginia. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Orange.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, what the senator from King George just did has never happened on the floor as far as I've been here. And I'd just like to tell you that I think he's wrong. I think you're deadly wrong. I think there's nobody who cares more about the bay and the water than the senator from Virginia Beach. Not placating to the big companies and the Menhadens and those folks. I remember several years ago, Madam President, that we had an opportunity. We had boaters out in the bay that were getting chewed up by oyster crab pots or whatever they're called. And the senator from Virginia Beach took that issue up. He worked with the groups trying to make sure that they weren't placing them in the wrong spots. Madam President, I've seen him look at these maps to tell us where some of these boats are supposed to be and not be. I think he cares deeply, deeply about what happens in the bay because he lives on the bay. Just bought a new piece of property on the eastern shore. And so I think this is just wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And it's irritating to me, Madam President. I would ask the body not to vote for the amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Williams-Graves, the senator from Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to have lines 217 and 218 removed.
That we are on Senate Joint Resolution 31,
yes.
But that would be on third reading.
Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment is not agreed to. Chair sees 8 hands. This will be a recorded vote. Those in favor of agreeing to a floor amendment will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The floor amendment is agreed to.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Prince William rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. Can a member vote on an item of which they are being appointed or interested under Rule 36 of the Senate?
The senator is, well, that would be a no. The chair was deciding whether we could strike the board, but the vote has already occurred. Senator McPike.
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side of which we adopted the floor amendment, I move to reconsider the manner in which it was adopted.
Yes, sir, that would be the proper procedure. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Joint Resolution was passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0. Rule 36-1. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Having previously been explained, I'd ask you adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, no 17, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 21, no 17, Rule 36-1. The floor amendment is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 32, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
Chair again recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 33, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
Senator Rouse.
Madam President, with the recommendation that the amendments be rejected, I move that the amendment substitute be agreed to.
Just checking, Senator, there was not a substitute. So we're just agreeing to the committee amendments?
We want to reject the committee amendments.
Reject.
Thank you, Madam President.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Rejected. Rejected.
Senate Joint Resolution 34, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
Chair again recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 36, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Senate Joint Resolution 64, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions now be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolutions are engrossed in advance to their third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on first reading.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that all the Senate joint resolutions on the first reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 41 to 42, Senate Joint Resolution 12 through 61, that the rules be suspended in the first reading and the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 41 and 42, Senate joint resolutions 12 through 61, be waived? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that all the Senate joint resolutions be passed by for the day.
Question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars now on their second reading go by for the day? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Resolution on first reading, Senate Resolution 6, commending the Honorable Dr. Luke E. Torian. Returning to page 34. Regular calendar, Senate bill on second reading, Senate Bill 734, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator Saravel.
Inquiry of the clerk. Does that complete our Monday calendar at 4:01 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah.
Is that biblical, sir? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Chair recognizes Senator Saravel.
I rise for an announcement.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Obviously, we've got a 36-bill docket at Commerce and Labor. I count if that's 10 minutes per bill. That's, I think, 6 hours, maybe? In any event, I just want to make sure everybody knows about tomorrow. I've talked with the minority leader, the senator from Hanover, and tomorrow all the bills that are second read, uncontested, will be moved up after they're engrossed. We'll move them up to third read and take care of them on the same day. So if you have a bill that's on second reading uncontested, be prepared to debate it on third if there's any. It's uncontested, so hopefully there won't be any debate on it. But if there is, be ready to debate that. And appreciate the senator from agreeing to that and the caucus over there. The other thing I want to point out is that we've also talked about waiving reads on Monday and Tuesday so that we don't have to work this weekend. And they've also graciously agreed to do that. So our normal practice is we might hear some bills on Monday in Courts of Justice Committee, hopefully not Commerce and Labor, maybe not, maybe Finance or not. I don't know what the chair's decided, but if that's the case, we might have some bills on Monday and Tuesday that go from first to third read pretty quick. And so y'all just need to be ready for that and keep that in mind. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief because I know the day has been long, but I thought we should end on a congratulatory note. Last night was a big night for Richmond, and if you don't know why, you're showing your age or that you're not hip. All right, but in all seriousness, last night I thought I should stand so that we could recognize Richmond native Lucy Dacus, who won 3 Grammys as a member of the indie rock group Boy Genius. She grew up in Mechanicsville, went to Maggie Walker. Her first album, No Burden, was recorded here in Richmond. Her third album, Home Video, included songs about going to the Bird Theater, about eating cherries on a bridge on the James River, among other things. And this year, as part of that supergroup, Boy Genius, she released The Record, which was awarded perfect scores by 3 magazines, including Rolling Stones. John Iman of Pop Matters wrote, quote, democratically curated and effusing a palpable enthusiasm, the record stands as a testimony to the power of aesthetic commonality, enduring friendship, and the magic of teamwork, something we could all use more of these days. I didn't know if this guy was talking about her record or how folks tell the House of Delegates we act here in the Senate. All right. But last night, Madam President, she won the Best Alternative Album, and the band won Best Song and Best Rock Performance for their song Not Strong Enough. Although my older daughter dies by the song True Blue, she says that's her best song, their best song. They also won nominations for Record of the Year, Album of the Year, Best Alternative Music Performance, and Best Engineered Album. So I thought we should wish Lucy a huge congratulations on behalf of the Virginia State Senate, and a deep thank you for the way that she represents Richmond's art and music community, especially the indie music scene. Back when I was young, we had indie music bands like Denali, Engine Down, Bats and Mice. They did not go on to form supergroups and get Grammys and worldwide attention. So this is a pretty amazing thing, and so I thought we should congratulate her. But thank you, Madam President, and members of the body for listening to me.
We thank the senator for bringing that achievement to our attention. Chair recognizes Senator Pekarsky, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I will also try to be brief. Last night, while my children were watching the Grammys, waiting to see what would happen with Taylor Swift, I was anxiously waiting to see what would happen in the category of 2024 Music Educator. And that honor went to Fairfax County Public School educator Annie Ray during the Grammy Recording Academy's Special Merit Awards ceremony. Annie is both the orchestra director and performing arts department chair at Annandale High School, and I learned about all her incredible work while serving on the school board last year. Annie advocates for universal access to music education and has developed music programs expanding accessibility to all students. Some examples of these programs are the FCPS Parent Orchestra, which enables about 200 caregivers to learn to play their child's instrument to better connect and understand their children's passion. Most notably, Annie also formed the Crescendo Orchestra program to bring the joy of orchestra to high school students with severe developmental or intellectual disabilities. Her incredible work has ensured that our students continue to have a rich and diverse educational experience and uses the universal language of music to transcend all barriers and unite people. She was also named 2023 Fairfax County Public School Outstanding Secondary Teacher of the Year for her work in equity in education. Annie represents the best of our educators, and we are so proud in Fairfax and the Commonwealth of her incredible contributions to our students and the arts. And I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to thank her publicly and honor her accomplishments.
We thank the senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Goochland, Senator McGuire.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, over the course of February, Black History Month, we are reminded of the achievements of African Americans throughout our nation's history. I want to focus on 3 African American lives that were lost last week when U.S. troops in Jordan were killed in a drone strike committed by Iranian-backed forces. There are days like this that we are forced to come to terms with the reality that our freedoms don't come without a price. Breonna Moffett was 23 from Savannah. The oldest of her family of 4 children, Sergeant Moffett followed the path of her mother by joining the Army Reserves, where she could earn a free education. Assigned to an engineer brigade, she operated heavy earth-moving equipment. She was deployed last August and expected to return home around the same time this year. She was posthumously promoted to sergeant. Also promoted to sergeant was Kennedy Sanders, a 24-year-old from Waycross, Georgia. Like Sergeant Moffett, Sergeant Sanders served in an engineer brigade operating heavy equipment. At home, Sergeant Sanders served her community through youth sports, coaching soccer and basketball. She was considering enlisting full-time in the Army at the completion of her reserve contract. Sergeant William Rivers was a 46-year-old reservist from Carrollton, Georgia. He joined the Army Reserves in 2011 as an electrician. This was his second tour abroad, having completed a previous 9-month stint in Iraq back in 2018. He earned the Army Achievement Award, amongst many others. We can never give enough gratitude for the dedication and sacrifice of those who serve our country and keep it safe, and especially for those who will not make it back home. Without our men and women who serve in our military, we would not have a country. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in honor of Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, Sergeant Kennedy Ladden Sanders, and Sergeant Breonna Alexandria Moffett. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Announcements for Monday, February 5th, 2024. The Committee on Commerce and Labor will meet 15 minutes after adjournment in Senate Room A, General Assembly Building. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Economic Development and Natural Resources will not meet. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Economic Development and Natural Resources will not meet. The Northern Virginia Delegation Caucus also will not meet. Tuesday, February 6, 2024. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on General Government will meet at 7 o'clock a.m. This is a time change. 7 o'clock a.m. in the Senate Finance and Appropriations Room, 13th floor, GAB. Senators Surville, Marsden, Eben, McPike, and Pillion. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Resources will meet at 8 o'clock a.m. in Senate Room A, GAB. This is an additional meeting. Senators Lucas, Deeds, Locke, and McDougall. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet at 9:15 a.m. in Senate Room A, GAB. This is a time change. Senate Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet at 9:15. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11 o'clock a.m. in Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. This is a time change. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11 o'clock. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:15 a.m. in Senate Room 2 of the Capitol. An announcement from the clerk: there are 9 shopping days left.
Chair calls on the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon on Tuesday, provided we get out of Commerce and Labor by Tuesday morning. And that in that adjournment, Madam President, we adjourn in memory of the 3 soldiers who were killed in Jordan. I was a little bit slow to respond to that because I didn't think we were doing anyone who was killed in, who was not in Virginia, who was not. Madam President, I move that we adjourn in memory of the 3 soldiers killed: Sergeant William Jerome Rivers of Carrollton, Georgia; Special Sergeant Kennedy Landon Sanders of Waycross, Georgia; and Special Sergeant Brianna Alexandria Moffitt of Savannah, Georgia. All 3 were assigned to the 718th Engineer Company, 926 Engineer Battalion, 926 Engineer Brigadier, Fort Moore, Georgia.
The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow in honor of Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, Carrollton, Georgia; Sergeant Kennedy Landon Sanders of Waycross, Georgia; and Sergeant Brianna Alexandria Moffitt of Savannah, Georgia? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow in honor of our fallen soldiers.
The Senate of Virginia.